Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching from. I'm just going to test my audio real quick. Make sure that you guys can hear me. Hey, good morning, good afternoon. Sounds good. So we'll go ahead and get started. So today we're going to build this Tamiya M-05 Mazda MX-5 kit. And I want to wish everybody a Happy New Year, of course. It's January 1st, 2026, if you're watching this sometime in the future. And it's going to be a great year. I think I'm going to build quite a few kits this year. I already have a list, and I'm just getting around to buying everything and ordering and everything. Not everything is out yet that I want to build this year, but I will put it together as we go. So let's not waste any time and get started right here on step 1. Hold on a second. I'm just going to make a quick change before. Okay, there we go. All right, so we're right here. And it looks like it's going to be one of these, I think. I have not touched the kit since the unboxing video. And there's a correction. A rare correction here. I think I remember this. I think I built the M-05 like a long time ago. I remember something about the servo. So this is going to be, I believe it's going to be this one right here. See, it's already all over the place. So we need A tree, C tree, and D tree, and we need parts from the A parts bag, of course. I'm starting off from scratch, so you guys can watch me from the very beginning. I don't think we're going to need these bags yet. We might need what's in here, so we'll take that out in a second. Let's see. This piece looks like it's going to be one of these. 3 should be this one. Looks like I'm going to need my glasses sooner than later. So we'll put those on. So 3 is this one. Alright, so let's find C. Probably should be in this bag right here. Should be one of these, and that's 14. 14 should be this one, and this is a rubbery plastic. I believe this is one of the trays, probably the transponder tray. We will find out. Trying to stay organized. So we need to line this up to these two holes right here. I don't know if you can see that. These two holes, like that. And then have the screws come through and go into this piece. So I need to put 2 screws here and there. And it's going to be the very long screws. So it's going to be in this bag right here. And I have the parts tray. I'm going to guess it's these 2 right here. Yep. So there we go. We have that in there. Let's tighten this side. All right, so let's move on to this step. Looks like a Lego piece right here. There's 3 plastic pieces, A3, B4, and A4. And then we need 2 screws from the bag. So I don't think I need this tree right now. I think it's going to be this piece. And A3 should be this one. And this is B. Trying to figure out which tree is B. That's not it. Should be this one. It's the only one left in the bag. So this is the B tree, B4. Should be that right there. As we go, it's already getting kind of warmer in here. All right, so it's this way. And this piece looks like that. And it looks like the taller side is going to be facing up. So it's going to be here. Like that. And let me just double check to see what this correction piece is. Please note that A3 parts have been redesigned. A7 and 3x18 tapping screws when attaching servo. Some bodies may also require trimming. So instead of using this piece, it looks like it's telling us to use A7. Okay, I'm just going to set this aside. And we'll see what happens. Did it say A7? I don't even see A7. Oh, here it is. It's right here. Okay, so I don't think we even have to put this on right now. I'm gonna have to wait until the servo goes in. Or does it? I'm kind of confused. I'm confused already. Don't need step 1. But I will go ahead and put this on though. Okay. So it's like that. We'll leave it for now. We can always come back. Alright, so let's move on to step 2. We're going to need the other side. And also this piece. And this side is going to be 17. I'm not sure if you can hear that. Can you hear that rumble? Yeah, it actually does pick it up. Yeah, I'm over a garage right now, so if that comes through, apologize. It is what it is. People still have to get in and out of the house. I can't lock everybody in or lock everybody out. So let me go ahead, and the garage door is about to close, so you'll hear it again. It's this way. Here we go. So these 2 screws again. And will this fit? Not all the way in. I have some new bits coming. Unfortunately, not getting here in time for the stream. I got some new JIS bits for Christmas for myself, and they're on their way. Unfortunately, it's going to get here tomorrow, I think. Let's find this motor plate right here, and it's going to be B2. It should be this piece. Welcome to the stream if you're watching. Hope you're having a good New Year's Day. Wish you a terrific 2026. I hope everything goes well for you if you're watching. So this is going to go, I'm going to guess it's right here. Yep. And this screw is going to be there and there. So this one is going to be a flathead. And I don't see a flathead here. So it might be in this bag. How's everybody doing this morning or afternoon or evening, wherever you are? Okay, let's find the other screw first. So BA6 should be this one. Yeah, BA6 there, and that's going to be this screw. I'm hoping to finish this kit today. I think I can. Here's the other one. BA9. That's the flathead. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah. And usually it takes about 4.5 hours to finish a Tamiya kit like this. So we'll see how it goes. The last kit I built on stream was the MST TCRM, and that took 2 days. I think it took like total 8 hours, 7 hours, or something like that to finish. Had a little bit of difficulty. It's just harder to build than I anticipated, and I just had some difficulty, so it took a little bit longer. It took 2 days, but I don't think it's gonna... I'm gonna jinx myself, but I don't think it's gonna take 2 days to build this. I'll just go until I finish. Unfortunately, the weather hasn't been cooperating the last few days. I cut out the body preparation for paint, but it's been raining here in Southern California, which never should happen. And I haven't been able to go outside and paint. So I won't be able to show what that looks like at the end of the stream. We'll have to do it maybe in a follow-up, or going to post everything on Instagram and a community post, of course. So let's go ahead and build the diff. Right here, let's find all these gears as well. Right here in this bag. So it's great that this kit comes with aluminum gears. Really cool. I'm going to use my grease syringe here. This is synthetic grease. I prefer this over this stuff. This stuff is really messy. But, you know, if you don't have it, it's fine. I'm just being picky, that's all. That stuff works just fine. I like this because it's in a syringe and it's clear, so it doesn't make a mess. Even if I wipe this off my fingers, it just comes right off. So let's go ahead and get the shim in there, a washer. And put a little bit of grease on that. And then drop this gear, the large bevel gear, in there. Make sure it seats flush, like that. And then let's put this together. Let's put some grease on here first. And then put these together. It's a lot of steps, but it's really not that difficult. I build kits. I show how to build kits for the purpose of just showing everybody that RC car kits aren't that hard to build. And for someone who is wishing to try building one, something to follow along with, so it helps you even more. That's kind of my goal, purpose of my channel, is to get more people into the hobby. Not only RC, but also kit building. I think it's a great STEM project too. If you are in, if you're younger, if you have younger ones that are in school and you want to get them into STEM, get them interested in STEM, I think RC cars You can learn a lot. Learn about electronics, how things come together, and also electronics. There's just so much here in one kit that someone can take away from. All right. It's going to be really hard to get this off of here. We'll see. That might be the most difficult thing. Yeah. Hold on, let me get something. I have this for the sole purpose of picking things up from this tray. All right. And then just a little bit more grease. Where's everybody watching from today? If you want to share. Are you here in the States? I have viewers from overseas, in Europe and also in Asia. I don't know what time it is over there right now. I didn't want to start too early today. It is Christmas Day. I'm sure a lot of people stayed out to do the countdown last night. So I picked a little bit later. I went outside to get lunch maybe an hour ago and the streets were empty. Get a chance to test. I have not tested the TNI. Good morning, John. Good to see you. No, I have not had a chance to. It's been kind of like raining here lately. It had like a few days where the weather was pretty decent, but then I didn't have free time. So I'm hoping to take this and the TCRM together. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping to do. I'm going to need to grab the precision screwdriver. Good to see you. I hope you had a good New Year's. Hope you had a good Christmas. No, yeah, I hadn't seen you since my last stream was before Christmas, so I hope you had a good Christmas as well. I hope you got all the gifts you wanted. John, you're in North Carolina, right? Am I imagining things that I remember properly? If I do go out to the track and run the TCR, I will definitely try to get some footage. Even if I don't get any, track running, I don't necessarily have the camera to track me running. I will at least have a still camera pointed at the the lap, the finish line, I guess is what you would call it, the finish line, to track the lap times, and at least I would show that. Make sure these screws are very tight. It's a very important piece of the whole car. All right, there we go. Let's go ahead and move on to the front arms. Let me take a sip of my drink. Illinois. Gee, who am I thinking about? All right. Yeah, I am going to build one more M chassis. I don't know when. It just depends. Actually, I'm going to build two more. M chassis. I think the so I'm going to build this. I'm also going to build the 3 Racing M225. That's a belt-driven 4-wheel drive. So it's a little bit unfair advantage. It's also going to have a 17.5 turn motor in it. So that's completely just for my own fun. But I am going to build one more mini chassis this year. It's going to be the M-07 Concept or the M-07R. I'm leaning towards the R right now because I built the M-08 Concept last year. And after spending... Actually, you know what? That was actually happened to the TA08 Pro that I realized. If you're going to use it as a track car and there's an R option, get the R option because the hop-ups, you're going to save so much money on the hop-ups. So I don't think when I bought the M08 Concept, the R was out yet. So I got the Concept built and I really liked it. I wish I kept it to compare everything to. But yeah, so I think I'll probably get the M07 R. M07 Concept is actually kind of hard to get right now anyway. So I'll just pay a little bit more and get the R. So this is C. Okay, so this is C8 and C3. It is right here. NEC Avenue. Good to see you again. I just got the Tamiya. Oh, nice. You made a comment on my, was that a community post that you were going to get it? Oh, MB-01. Oh, the MB-01. Okay. I have my thoughts about the MB-01. But that's a cool cool body. I wish it was a little bit lower to the ground. I wish it had a spoiler, but I wish everybody had a spoiler, but that's just me. C3 should be this one. Good to see you guys. Happy New Year. I hope you guys got what you wanted for Christmas or whatever you celebrate. Let's see, where are we? So we are right here. So this is C8. Let's see if there's a top and bottom. It doesn't look like it. There is a mark here though. So let's keep that. And then this piece is like this. And it's going to go through here like that. And then a BA6 to go connect the two. What color for this? I'm going to try to paint it like the box. I think I'm going to do a candy apple red. Yeah. I already have the paint. The Tamiya color is metallic red. I forgot what number it is. I'm going to try to paint it like the box. Because this does have a convertible top. You know, like a... at least in the pictures, it does tell you to paint the it does tell you to mask this part, you know, the top part, paint it black, and then when you're done painting and peel this off, mask it again, and then paint a clear coat on it so that it becomes matte, so it looks like a rag top. So I'll probably do that. I bought the metallic red for a F1 body. For F1 body for the DRF 104, I actually bought the Ferrari stickers for it. I found this on eBay, and it looks really nice. I want to use this. That's why I got the metallic red. But I think I'm going to use it for this kit. Like I said, whether or not cooperating this week, by the time I got around to wanting to paint it, it just wouldn't stop raining. So this is C4 and C8. So let's find C8 again. It should be this piece. Yep. All right, let's see, and then C4 is this other one. Should be that one. Yep. Okay, I think I played Blind Man long enough. I think I need to put my glasses on now. I'm going to build RC cars until my hands shake so much I can't hold two pieces together. So hopefully I have a few more years to go, because I enjoy this very much. And then this side, the mark is over here now, so we got to watch out for that. And then it's going to be like this. So there's a mark here, and there's a mark here. And same with this side. There's a mark. I don't know if you can see that. There's a line there and there. That shows it pretty good. I also got the oh, nice. Is the Yamaha the yellow one? Is that the new one? I can't remember which motorcycle it was. Alright, so we got both here. There we go. Those are the front arms. And let's bring back the chassis. So this piece, and then there's this piece, which we're not too sure of yet. I guess we'll find out. Where's this paper again? Alright, so that's just going to be a spacer. We don't need to worry about that. Okay, so let's see. Bearings. So if you did not buy a bearings kit, you're going to be using these plastic bushings, I believe, which I never want to do. I don't remember. I have built one. I have built kits with these bushings before. Very nice. I got this on the teamjbhobbies.com website. I do recommend these. They have a pretty complete set of Tamiya kit bearings, and they do reply to emails. So if you see something that's missing, either they can help you find it, locate it, or they can even pack a special kit for you. You know, whatever kit you're building, if you can tell them what screws, what bearings you need, they can put it together for you and sell it. They'll probably put it on the website. and market it. And their prices are a lot better than, say, Fast Eddie. I'm sure Fast Eddie does a lot of business. They were one of the first. Their bearings are great. I just can't afford to buy, every time. I can't buy their bearings every time. I just can't afford it. So I found this alternative. Their bearings are good. Prices are great. Shipping is fast. And I believe shipping is usually free. And I get them in like 2 or 3 days. So I do recommend Team JB. Welcome everybody that's watching. Thanks for spending time with us on New Year's Day. So let's find this F6 right here. I believe this was the F tree, right? This is the only bag we have not opened. So that should be it right there. Let's see. And then if you were building this without bearings, there should be one of these. But I'm going to throw in, it should be the, maybe not. 18, it has to be this big one. It should be this big one. Let's see. There we go. All right, so this goes into this hole right here, like that. It's slowly coming back to me. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I built this like a long time ago, like 6-7 years ago, before I had a YouTube channel. But I'm pretty sure I built this before. Okay, and now let's grab this gear, which is going to go inside of that hole, I'm pretty sure. And then let's grab this short shaft and have it. Oh, before we do that, we need 2 bearings. So we need this bigger bushing, this one on this side, and then the smaller one, it looks like, on this side. And we're going to push that in. Ouch. Oh, I bent it yesterday. Huh. I didn't notice I bent it. Well, this is going into the trash can after today. I'll just use our fingers. Avid Racing or Amazon. Oh, Avid. I tried one. I could only afford one. Ceramic bearing from Avid. I'm sure they're great too. I don't remember how their prices were though. So maybe you can share with us. Are they cheaper than Fast Eddie? They probably are. I think Fast Eddie probably the most expensive bearings anywhere. And I will put the grease on here after I dry fit everything. So same thing. We need 1 bearing on this side. And 1 small bearing over here. And then the shaft. And it's going to go into there. And when you spin one, the other one should spin. So that is working properly. So let me take it all out. Let's see. So there's a good chance I will be keeping this kit. So I'm going to do my best to do my due diligence here. Not that I would build a kit incorrectly if I wasn't going to keep it. I just mean I would just lubricate everything. I don't know if anybody buys RTRs, ready to runs, or even used cars. I used to do both. I don't anymore. But if you do, don't trust the person who assembled the kit. Make sure you take apart the gearbox yourself, and just make sure everything is properly lubricated, because there's a good chance it's not, and you really don't want to run an RC car without any grease or anything. I do my best when I'm building the kits to do it. Sometimes I do forget. I remember, I forgot which kit it was, but it was a very big gearbox. And I forgot to put grease when I was putting it together. I had to end up... I think I even built it on stream, and I had to, after stream, take it apart. It was kind of a pain. Because I already finished the whole kit, and I had to take the whole thing apart to put grease in it. Yeah, standard shielded. I like the rubber. Not that I ever like wear down bearings and need to clean them or anything. But I don't know why, I just like the rubber sealed ones. Yeah, you know what? Takes too long to break. You know, I don't have a lot of experience comparing the metal shielded versus the rubber sealed, so I can't kind of chime in on that. I just prefer it because I don't want to say they look better, but I just feel like they're higher end. I don't know if that makes any sense. Like the shielded, just because they come, to me, kits sometimes, if they do come with bearings, they come with shielded. So I always feel like the rubber sealed ones are a little bit of an upgrade. That's just me. I'm just being silly. That's just me. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I have tried many eBay sellers over the years for bearings. And for some reason, this one just stuck. The team JB just stuck. It's the one that I just keep going back to. I think it comes down to price, of course, and also availability. Like their sets are pretty complete. Like they have pretty much everything that you can think of. Of course, I don't think anybody beats Fast Eddie. They really have literally everything. But like I said, the thing is with JB, at least in my experience, if they don't have something and you ask them, they will put it together for you. Because you just tell them you need 16 5x11x4s, and then, you know, whatever, 8 5x8 by 2.5 or something, whatever the size is, and they will put it together for you and then list it on their website and send them to you. So there's that, and then there's this part. Even hybrid rubber ones, metal. Oh, really? Is there any advantage of hybrid ones? I know they're expensive, and I see your point about ceramics taking a long time to break in, but I do want to try it one time. I do want to, maybe for a, I don't know, a TTO2 or something, get a complete set and just see what the differences are, because that would be interesting. So I had listed in my community post that I'm going to build the TTO2R this year. And I still plan on building one or the other. I'm going to build at least one TTO2. I mean, I built this channel on TTO2. I can't kind of get away from it. And then I noticed, I read the TCS 2026 rules, Tamiya Championship Series 2026 rules, official rules. And I noticed for the novice class, I think it was the novice, I'm pretty sure that's what I read. The TTO2 SRX is eligible to race in the novice class. So, which makes me think, why would you use anything else? Because before that, I think the R, or you can't get the R anymore, but the R would be the best option to start with. But if you can use the SRX, I don't see why you would not want to. So I'm going to, and then I looked at my channel. I know I built it before, right? And I did. I saw the videos. I do have the unboxing video, and I guess I streamed it back in the day, whenever it was, probably 2 years ago. So I never put out like a full build series. So I might build it again this year, just so I have it on record. So that screw, one from the bottom here. So one here. So I might be building the SRX over the R this year. I've already built the R in 2025. I have the footage. But I lost some footage, and I never put out the whole build series. So that was unfortunate. Where am I greasing? What is this? Oh. I was supposed to put some grease in there. Okay, it's too late. I already closed it up. All right, let's find this screw right here is. Where is this piece? I should be touching it, right? It's over here. Oh, okay. It should be like that. It should be like that. And the screw should go in here, I think. BA07, not 6. So these are shorter screws, so I probably put the wrong screw in here. So you gotta pay attention when you're building these kits. Hybrid has less friction than rubber, but more than metal. Okay. 7 shorter. Is this shorter? Yep. I think NEC can vouch for me. It's been raining here. It's raining. I think it's raining right now. It's been raining here in Southern California quite a bit in the last few weeks, which we are not used to. right. Okay, so I need to figure out one more screw right here. They're good for use on out drives and rubber facing the outside and the metal facing inside a gearbox. Okay, good to know. I'm trying to think. So the rubber facing the outside. Okay. Only farmers like rain. I don't mind the rain, really. I don't like driving in the rain because of other people driving. I've not young anymore. I don't drive like a crazy person in the rain. I've had my share of disasters in the rain already, so I'm very careful in the rain. But that doesn't go with everybody, and that's why I don't like putting grease on things until I was getting ready to close it. Anyway, there's my proof right there. Okay. All right. No harm, no foul. And like I said, very clean. Okay. This time, now that I see it, I'm going to put a little bit of grease right there. Help this slide in. So I do need to put together another one of these. One actually on the side of the bearing. Okay. Off-road and okay. I'll keep that in mind if I ever go back into off-road. I don't plan on it. I haven't done any buggy racing for, I don't know, whenever OCRC closed. Couple tracks recently, I don't want to say recently, over the years, couple tracks have opened back up. They kind of take its place, but nothing's ever been the same. Plus, I don't think my skills were not ever that good to begin with, and I just don't think nowadays my reflexes are fast enough to get through jumps and stuff like that anymore. So I think I'm past that. I don't think I'm going to get back into off-road racing. I say this to myself every year, but this year I really want to get into. I want to get in a whole season of racing. Most of it is always just time and scheduling. Time to go and practice on the track, and then scheduling. Sometimes I'm a real estate agent. Sometimes I have a showing or whatever, and it's always on the weekends. So my local track usually runs on the very first Saturday, and it never works out. So really couldn't commit myself, but one day, hopefully, it will work out, or I can start going to the evening races at the other track. All right, quite a few screws here to deal with, and there's 4 different screws, and they're all different, looks like. So there's 3 different sizes here. Let's do this flat top for a flathead screw first. So it should be, no, it's not flathead. Oh yeah, it is. This one. Okay. There isn't any over there. And this one goes into Pretty sure it's going to be this one right here. Yep. Off-road. Yeah, I haven't brought a car to the beach in a long time. But I can see how that, I mean, that whole totally makes sense. Thank you for that tip. Alright, so that is the flathead screw. And then just under that is this BA5. And I want to say it's going to be... Wow, I can't believe this is so complicated. So there's one here, and one here. So this BA4, I think is most likely... It's most likely going to be that hole right there. So BA4... Oh, they're really, really testing you, aren't they? Yeah. Tamiya is really testing you on this one. On this kit. Why they don't illustrate this with... Well, because the thing is there. I understand that. But maybe show another view with the chassis on the other side so they can show these screws a little bit better, because it is pretty confusing. And then these two are BA5s. That's not it. BA5 should be this longer one. Yes. Should be this hole. And I probably messed up and put it somewhere else earlier on, I bet. Oh, it's right here. BA5. You guys have any plans for today, for New Year's Day? John, is it snowing over there in Illinois? Has it cleared up? So I got the diff in there. Oh, there's 2 screws. There's several screws over here. Of course, there's this one. The shorter screw. And also here. How are we doing on time? 1 hour in. That's great. I think we're doing fine. Step 6, 1 hour in is pretty good. I think the last stream, 1 hour in, we're only on step 2 or 3, I remember. But there were much more difficult steps, to be fair, with that MST kit. That is not lining up. Okay. I don't have much else planned for today, of course. I got to stream until, I'm guessing, about 5, 6 p.m. and then we'll have dinner and then probably call it a day. This is not my favorite time of the year, to be honest. The week after Christmas and the week before New Year's. It's always chaos. You know, I don't know what day it is, what time it is. Sleeping in late when I'm not supposed to, on a weekday. You wake up at 10 a.m. on a weekday. It's just, you just feel terrible. At least I do. I feel terrible. I'm happy to get back to normal next week. Things are open. There's no surprise, shops aren't open or whatnot. Everything's going to be closing at regular time. Like last night, all restaurants closed at 9:30. Even something like Target was closed at 9:30, and that's just not used to it. I think Target's open today. It makes sense. All the restaurants are open today. I mean, it's just New Year's Day. It's not a big deal. It's not a sacred holiday. Let's go over here. I think I got all the screws. I got those two. I got the one from the bottom. I got those 4. I got the diff in there. I think I got everything. I did probably forget to put grease on the diff, but oh well. All around, but there's enough grease there. But that's what I'm talking about. Just sometimes you just forget. And so if you're going to buy a used car or RTR, just take it apart and see if everything's done properly. Good chance they're not. All right. So let's go on to step 7 after I take a sip. So if you buy this kit and you just look at this diagram, like you pretend you've never built a kit before, you might think, wow, that's a lot of steps. That looks really complicated. What am I looking at? But when you really look at it, it's not much. We're putting the arm here, the arm that we pre-built here. We're putting another smaller arm up here in that hole. And then we're going to put the drive cups into there. That's really all there is on this side. So, don't need to be intimidated by it at all. We'll do it together. Let's see. Let me put these over here. Oh, nice. 18 bucks. I think the rubber sealed one from Team JB was like 13 bucks or something. I forgot what it was. I forgot what I paid. Maybe you can look it up. Yeah, I think that's how Team JB competes is on price. And like I said, customer service. They literally ship I think they shipped same day last time. I know they ship very quickly. And they ship USPS from like East Coast and it gets here in like a couple of days. Alright, so I know it's gonna be this. That's the drive cup. Let's grab the arm. Should be this one right here. And then we need the long pin. Should be that. And we need a step screw. Let's see which step screw. No, that's the kingpin screw. It should be this one. Nope. Should be this one. Yep. Okay. So let's do the bottom first. So I don't know if you can see that, but that goes here. And then this pin is going to go all the way through. And we're going to screw this in. And we also need to put an O-ring into the drive cup here before we set that in. I will put the drive cups in last because they tend to fall out. I'll do the other side first. Actually, I'll do the upper arm first, C18. It's going to be the upper hole. So make sure this thing is the same front and back. When I say upper hole, I mean that one right there. Okay, make sure that has the full range of motion. All right, let's do the other side. Like that. Just grab this pin. Okay. All right, there we go. And now we can put the out drives in. And let's find those O-rings first. Let's see. Where are those O-rings? Here they are. Let's put them in here. I need extra trays. All right, there we go. So this one, just use the dog bone to push this in. There we go. And usually put a little bit of grease into it. And we'll do that. So don't forget later. All right, and then a little bit of grease here on the collar. And put those through there. And you just want to turn it until it seats all the way in. If it turns at all. All right, that's not cooperating. Let's try the other side. There we go. Whew. Going smoothly so far. I forgot the upper arm on the other side. Going smoothly so far. I'm about to jinx myself, of course. This is not going in. That is not good. Actually, let's use the pick. All right. I'm looking right at it, and it just doesn't want to go in. Oh, Jesus. I can see it's lined up. I don't know why it's not going in. I can't turn this any other way. Oh, $50, huh? Cool. Okay, let's see if I'm missing anything. Why is this not going in? Okay, let's see. What should we do? Any ideas? That's the first time that has happened. I've never had this happen before, unless I'm doing something wrong. No, it is these outrights. There isn't any other kind. And one side did go in. Let me try switching this over. No, it's just this side. See, this side goes in. Either one. And let's try again. Okay, let me just a little bit of brute force. Alright. That's all it took. A little bit of brute force. Didn't want to do that, but it just wasn't going in. Let me grab this arm before I forget. Da, da, da. Looks like I'm going to need to take a quick bathroom break very soon. Sooner than expected. But it will only take a minute. Alright. Okay, make sure there's free motion on all four arms there. And I think I got everything. Yep, got this in there. Okay, so we're done with step 7. I'm going to take a quick break and then I'll come back and do step 8. So I'll be right back if I can find the mouse. It's right here. Alright, be right back, guys. All right, I'm back. Okay. I don't know if you guys watch any other streams, like on Twitch or whatever, gaming stream, whatever other kind of stream. But some people can stream like 8 or 9 hours. I don't know how they do it. Even if I'm playing video games, whatever it is, could be 8 or 9 hours is a long time. I just can't sit that long. Oh, I should have extended the break just a little bit longer because the garage is opening again. Somebody's coming home. So we'll just, I don't know if you guys can hear it. Are you guys still there? Can you guys hear the rumble of the garage? Kind of disappointed at this. That I bent this. Can I bend it back? I'm just going to wait for the garage to close back up. Oh, yeah, I snapped it off. Okay, so this is going into the garbage. Just a bearing pusher. Get another one. I thought it was a neat tool, and it did actually used it quite a few times, and it was helpful. But I used it to pry something the other day, I think, and I just kind of broke it. Time to get a new one. And I'm sure I'm going to pay like 30-40% off. I mean, more than what I originally bought it for a few years ago. Longer during subathon. Yeah, you're right. I mean, people go 24 hours, but a lot of time they're just sleeping. So I don't know the point of that. They bought spoked rims. Let's see. Yeah, they are neat. We'll see them in a little bit. Yeah, I don't know how people do it. I don't know how people sit still for that long and then let people watch you sleep. I don't get it. I don't know how you can just chat. I can probably chat for that long. I just don't know how I can sit down for that long. But anyway, I do spend some time watching other streams, but not RC cars streams, though. It's usually just randomness. All right, let's find this right here. That is going to be F. Excuse me. Let's see. F should be this one right here. Okay, so F7, and that's 8. So let's grab 7. 20 hours. I don't know how people stream for 20 hours. All the power to you, man, if you can stream for 20 hours. And this is going to be F9. It's going to be this one. I wish I made the kind of money that those streamers make on a stream, but yeah. I'm not getting that kind of audience. I think this is a much more niche audience, of course. Not a lot of people build RC cars. Not a lot of people want to watch RC cars. Watch people build RC cars. But I enjoy it. This is probably the only thing I enjoy that I can see myself doing and contributing to society with. Again, I mentioned that I think RC cars are very educational. And the more people we have in the hobby, the better. So if I can help in a small way, I am more than happy to do so. See, I would have used that bearing pusher to push this in. I can still use it. Okay, yeah, like that. That's what you use it for. And then, so this C-hub has up and down, of course. The upside is a little bit longer. So just pay attention to that. And these silver ones are going to be the kingpins. I'm not surprised. I can't do anything for 20 hours. Yeah, I don't know. 20 hours is a very long time. That's a shame that people have to cheat to get views. Yeah, I saw a story of of this guy who had, like, I want to say it's either 400 or 4,000 phones, and he would watch, people would pay him to watch their streams, and he made a lot of money. He made like hundreds of thousands of dollars in a few months just by doing that. He was just meeting a need. There was demand, and he was just meeting it. So I applaud his entrepreneurship. He got in trouble, by the way. He got arrested. But I kind of frown upon the people who would buy viewers. So here's a controversial take on the whole thing. The reason why I don't do any giveaways or anything like that, nothing wrong with them. If that's, that's what you want to do, not against the law. But I want to, because you do get a lot of views, you do get a lot of subs, with giveaways. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. You can build your channel very fast if you have giveaways. But just in my own point of view, and my own kind of take on things, that I don't want to buy audience. I don't want to, like, people just come to watch me because they want to get something for free. I want you to watch if you're interested. It's not. That's just my take on it. But like I said, it's a controversial take. That's why you'll never find a giveaway on my channel. I just don't feel that's not the way for me to build audience for me. You have a bearing push. You can compare metal slides much faster. You'll see. Huh. Okay. So you want me to keep this? I was going to throw this away because I broke the tip. I was going to get another one, so I can still do it. I can keep it for a few more days until the new one gets here, I guess. It's just, I don't think I've ever pushed a bearing that small anyway, so neither here or there. I get distracted a lot. Okay, so let's grab the other side. Yeah, I agree. That's just the way I look at it. I mean, I don't know. Do whatever you want. You do something long enough, people just associate you with that, and over time you just kind of build up this organic community, and that's just what you're known for. And if I'm known for building Tamiya kits online, that's great. That's what I will spend the rest of my life building Tamiya kits. Actually, that's a horrible thought. Only Tamiya kits. I'm already gonna break that this year. I'm not gonna build all Tamiya kits. I'm gonna build something other than Tamiya this year. There aren't enough Tamiya kits for me to build that I would actually want to build. Because otherwise, if I really, really, really wanted to kind of just grow my channel very quickly and you know, cater to a certain audience, I would just turn this channel into a TTO2 channel and do nothing 24/7, just all content on the TTO2. I can make a very viable channel. I know I can do that. Test hop-ups, you know, do speed runs or track runs, whatever, test all the different things, do motor testing, do all the stuff that I've already done in a way. And only do that, I can probably grow my channel very, very quickly. I go back and look at the analytics and see what videos get the most views, and it's always TTO2 related. I can do that, but I don't want to. I'm going to be bored as heck. Oh, really? It's easier. I always thought it was difficult to say. You know what I mean? RC car has always been like kind of difficult. RC's my initials. I was just like, oh, I'll just name it that. I didn't really give it too much thought. Giveaways are just, yeah. I don't have any sponsors. I don't want any sponsors. I don't want Tamiya to give me kits for free. I would love it if they can sell them to me early. Like the DB, there's a new 4-wheel drive buggy coming. I would love to build that early, but I don't need a free... I don't need a sample. I don't need a... And I'll just build it. I usually don't form many opinions. I will tell you if it's difficult to build or not, but that's it. I usually don't say this is a good kit, this is a bad kit. Nah, I built this wrong. See what happens when I talk when I'm building? I built this upside down. Everybody has a TTO2. What are you talking about? Everybody has one. Yeah, it's been an interesting journey. I've been doing this since 2019, I think. Didn't really find my niche until I, because very early on, I was just doing unboxing and track runs and stuff like that. And then I finally sat down and just did the overhead and show how to put something together, and I enjoy it. That's what I enjoy. Building the kits I enjoy, and I enjoy showing people. That's kind of what I like to do. That's my thing for this hobby. That's my contribution for this hobby. Okay, I'm building it correctly. Okay. I get comments here saying, you know, I found your channel and I was able to build this. I like those comments. I'm doing something, contributing to the world. I don't do that many review videos either, you know. I just kind of lay it out like the fact. Here, this is the fastest motor. Here's the testing, and here's the fastest motor for the TTO2. That's the kind of stuff I make. I can tell you if its kit is good or bad. I mean, I can tell you Like, okay, this is not beginner friendly. Like the TCRM, it's not beginner friendly at all. Build that ball diff? Are you kidding me? Is it a good kit? Is it a bad kit? It's not bad. Okay, let's see. I need to put that I need to put this on there first. I have not yet. You need to build one. NEC, you need to build one. They're $120. You know, just go find one you like. Find a body you like. You know, it's just the beginning. Buying a TT02 is just the beginning of the fun. There's so many aftermarket parts and hop-ups and stuff like that. If you enjoy doing that, just get the base one. If you are building it for, you know, some kind of competition, you may want to start with TT02R for a little bit more money. So here's another weird take. I would not buy the SRX unless you're racing against other TT02s. I had the TT02, I had the SRX. It's not going to be competitive with a four-wheel drive, you know, belt-driven four-wheel drive. You're just not going to. If you're racing against other shaft-driven four-wheel drive cars like other TT02s, that's fine. But yeah, just don't expect too much from it. Tamiyas, you can beat other Tamiyas with Tamiyas, but you're not going to beat too many other things. Unfortunately, that is the truth. Oh, let me put the pin in here first. Why are there some... And I put the wrong pin on this one? I need to not talk when I'm building because I keep making mistakes. And nobody caught it, too. That's kind of weird. This is the wrong pin. Yeah, like I said last time, I'm kind of confused. What did I just do? Oh. I mean, I build all kinds of cars, and all kinds of bodies. You know, from Protoform to Bitty Design, Yokomo. I build all kinds of bodies. Nothing even come close to Tamiya quality. Really, it's just not even close. If you're gonna buy a TT02 kind of for bashing and stuff, buy the if you can still find it, buy the Subaru Monte Carlo. I think it's 99. The one with the half moon shape. That's the best TT02 for all around driving. It comes with the rally tires. A little bit off the ground. A little bit higher out off the ground. You can run that thing anywhere. If you want something more for, you know, asphalt, track, you know, aerodynamic, just pick any one that has a nice spoiler. My favorite one is the Raikiri. I'm sure I've said this before in other videos. It's just kind of my bias. But yeah, I would kind of stay away from, in my own opinion, stay away from the street cars. Unless you're going to put it on a shelf. That's a different story. If it's for the shelf, then yeah, by all means. But if you want to be any kind of competition with it, I would buy one with a spoiler. I would buy a GT body. That's what I'm saying. And my favorite one is the right carry. God, this is so awkward. It's not like I've never done this before. It's just I don't know why this is so awkward. TTO2B. There's a B. Oh, the buggy? No, there's no buggy. Is there a Subaru buggy? Is there something new I'm not aware of? No. It's a regular TTO2. It's just the body is the Monte Carlo. I think if you search for TTO2 Monte Carlo, you'll find it. The newer rally cars, like the Toyota Gazoo, the newer rally car, they don't come with rally tires. They just come with regular tires. They don't come with the blocky tires. I like those blocky tires because if you want to buy them, they're an extra $20. Might as well get them in the kit. But yeah, that one, you can take it to the park and run it on the dirt. You can drive it on the side, on the street. That's the one I would get. Are we talking about the same thing? TTO2B is a buggy, like the Plasma Edge. It's literally like a buggy body with the... Maybe I'm thinking of something else, but that's in my experience. That's the TTO2B. There isn't really a technical rally trim for the TTO2. It's just the body is a rally body. Dun, 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 dun. Shiny plastic is hard to see. You're thank you. Yeah, I know what you mean. This shiny plastic. What am I building next? I'm trying to think what I have coming. I have the Cero, the 3 Racing Cero M225 coming. I might build that. I kind of want to build the... I want to build the drift cars, and I'm going to try to build one a month. Pace it out a little bit. I want to build the drift cars. I have two. I have the Secura D6 and the MST I just got. I want to build those like in May and June because over the summer I'm not going to the track. I'm going to go to the drift. If I'm going to go anywhere, it's going to be the drift, indoor drift track. I'm not going outside to race on asphalt. So July, August, if I'm going to do any content, for kind of driving content, I'm going to go indoors to the drift track instead. So I'm going to wait until May and June for those two. So for February, March, and April, I'm wide open. I have the Hornet here. There are a few more things I can build. So you get straight tires. Grippy, slicks on pavement. Yeah, of course. Shiny black. Yeah, of course. I have slicks for these. I think I showed it last time, no? Yeah, I showed it when I was building the MST, but I do have slicks. But I might save those if the M-07 doesn't have slicks. I'm gonna save those for that car. This is probably going to go to someone else after I'm done. We'll see what happens. So where are we? We're done here, right? Yeah. Let's go over here. Steering. Four-piece set. Yeah, well, that's pretty cheap. $12. I usually use the track tires. Whatever the track I'm going to, they usually have a track tire that they recommend for that particular surface. I usually just get those. Those are usually not that cheap. I wish they were $12, but they're not. They're usually closer to like $30. But that's if I'm doing anything serious. Otherwise, I'll just throw these on there. It doesn't matter to me, but it just depends what I'm doing with the car. Okay. Again, if you're just looking to build a RC car and you look at this and you say, "Oh my god, that's like super complicated. I'm never going to get through this. How am I going to figure this out?" Well, that's what I'm here for. And it's really not that bad. Once you kind of figure out what you're trying to do here, it's really not that complicated. All you have to do is just kind of isolate everything. So let's find all the plastic pieces first. B7, B6, and B10. They should all be here. So put my glasses back on. Here. Here. And then this bridge should be this right there. So, Anisi, what are you going to build next? You have a few kits there. You going to build a motorcycle, or what are you going to do? Put this back behind me. Alright. So, we're still in the A parts bag. We still have plenty of screws left. Okay. Once again, if you are not using ball bearings, you're going to be using these white plastic ones for what I'm about to do. But if you do have ball bearings, then you'll be using those. So this piece is like a very confusing drawing here. It looks like it's like this. Yeah, I think this is the round part. So it is like this. So one up here, one underneath. And I'll just tighten these. Not motorcycle, okay. So what are you going to build next? The motorcycles, it's interesting. It's not as, it wasn't really difficult. It just wasn't as, straightforward as I thought it would be. Especially the body. I thought the body was, I don't think I ever did finish it all the way. Yeah, no, actually I did. I just didn't mount the driver onto the motorcycle. because I haven't painted it yet. PUBG buggy, right? You mentioned that. Mentioned that last time. How about you, John? Are you building anything? Anybody else in the audience going to build any other kits? Okay, so that was that ball stud right there. I have the two bearings underneath, and then I'm going to grab this piece. And it looks like this is the way up. And there are two ball studs here and here, so let's do that. Alright, my hand's already hurting, so I'm gonna grab this. These are great for one-time, two-time use, but if you want to do a lot of things, that's gonna hurt your hand very quickly. Alright. Did anybody get any tools for Christmas? I got myself some new tools. Not for RC building, just for around the house. Actually came in handy in the last couple days. I did want to get a new electric screwdriver, but I just couldn't find one that was going to be much better than the one I have. Wasn't going to be anything much better than this. So I didn't want to spend the money. Okay, so now we have it like this. So a screw, this small screw, it's a shorter step screw. So it should be this one right here. And that's going to go through this hole right here. And then onto, I put these things upside down. Okay. I need to take these out. You got to pay attention when you're building kits, or this will happen. Hey John, was this too shiny? Is that why I'm on my own for that? You didn't look out for me, man. You didn't tell me it was the wrong side until I've already finished. I feel like this is gonna break in my hand. It's kind of brittle. Hoda electric drill. I didn't know they make electric drills. I thought they made chargers. I'll look that up in a second here. I need it right now, but I probably do. I probably have the bit for whatever this is. I think this is 7 millimeters. I probably have the bit. I just don't want to dig it out. Okay, so this piece is going to go into this hole right here. Now I need the screwdriver again. That's why I like this kit. This Tamiya tool set is very good. For kits like this, I mean, you have pretty much everything you need. So let's not make another mistake. So there. This is one of the most complicated looking steering linkages I've built. It does look very intimidating. A torque adjustment, huh? Let me just pull it up real fast. Hoda. Screwdriver. Oh, okay. Oh, is it Hoto? Is it this one? That looks really neat. Pixel Drive cordless screwdriver. Oh, $80. Okay. Okay. So there's that. Did I screwed it up again? Okay, I need to stop talking while I'm doing this. This is so messed up. This is so messed up. I'm setting a terrible example on how to build a kit. I keep making mistakes. Okay, here we go. All right. Because I'm asking about screwdrivers and stuff. That's my fault. All right, so it's here. But I expect you guys to catch these for me, and so I don't have to redo the whole thing. All right. There's a bigger one. Let me see. Again, I'm getting distracted. We're talking about this one? Oh, that's a precision screwdriver. Yeah, maybe you can tell me what the model number is for it. They do look very cool, though. All right. There we go. Let's do the other side. Again, bearing on top and bottom. Standard size model. Okay. Maybe one day we'll do a tool breakdown, and I have a feeling I used the wrong screw somewhere else again. Oh no, it's right here. It is right here. Let me just make sure this is the correct side. It is. It's perfectly okay to make mistakes. Rarely are these mistakes irreversible. You can always go back and fix something. I've already made like 3 mistakes so far, right? And I've been able to go back and fix them. So don't worry. Just part of life. Okay, there we go. I think that is correct. We don't have to be perfect. We just have to finish. A lot of people don't finish. So as long as you finish, you win. Don't give up and just keep going. Pistol grip version, okay. I don't see it here right now on my phone real quick, so I'll look for it a little bit later. Let's see. So let's make these little links here make 2. So they don't tell you, but you do need a 1.5 millimeter hex driver. And I'm going to assume it's this right here. So you can use that. And all we're going to do is just twist this on. My hand is already getting kind of tired from all of this turning. Okay, let's see. And then the other side, I'm just going to do by hand. And I think that's going to be close enough. Okay. There's one, easy enough. There's the other one. It's in my Amazon link above. Amazon link. Where's there an Amazon link? I don't know. Did the chat bot block the link? I don't see a link. I don't think I have any bots turned on, but you never know. YouTube might have something. All right. Okay. Starting to get warm in this room. Seriously, it's like, what, 60 degrees outside? I feel like it's like in the 80s in this room. Just because of 2 lights. Kind of crazy. Okay. Okay. I think that's going to be close enough. We're not building a space rocket here. So these go down here. And I bought a couple pair of pliers. Just for this reason, if I can't snap these on with these pliers, I would bring them out. And it's something I got at Lowe's. It's kind of a meme tool. A set of 3 pliers that are a knockoff of Knipex. And they're really cool. I really like them. And they were cheap. It was on sale. If I get to use them, I'll bring them out. This is not a tool channel. I don't think anybody would be interested. But it is something that I got for myself for the holidays. So this will sit on these 2 B3s right here. There we go. So this punches through here. And it's going to sit on this. And same with this side. Like that. I believe. Is that right? Yep. So let's get the screws in first. This is going to be that long screw, right? BA2. To ensure smooth movement, do not over tighten. Yeah, of course. Okay. BA2. New. Where'd it go? Just want to make sure. I don't want to put the wrong screw in there. Should be this one. Yeah. Okay, so let me just tighten this a little bit so the whole thing doesn't move. And then put this one on. And put this in there. Okay. It's freezing. Is it snowing though, John? BA6 should be this other one. Normal leftover tapping screw. It might be a little bit short. Let me just double check. Yeah, it should be this one. I mean, with Tamiya kits, you really have to pay attention because all the screws are all lumped in together. You just kind of have to pay attention. Unlike some of the other kits, like even the MST I built last time, the screws, different screws are in different bags with different steps. And like the manual said, just make sure you have a free range of motion. See, it wasn't that bad, right? Very straightforward. Really didn't do anything too difficult. I mean, snapping this on probably be the most difficult part for me. Okay, hold on. Alrighty. Let's see if I can. Yikes. All right, there we go. Phew. 3 o'clock. We're just a little bit past the halfway point, so let's see where we are. Let's see where we are in terms of the build. So next is the motor. And then the dampers, which is going to be super simple. And then we're going to do the rear arms with the different wheelbases. And then electronics. And then I think we're done. So we're doing pretty good. So let's jump right into the motor here. So here is the motor that it came in the kit with. It is, always forget the name, RS540SH Mabuchi motor. World famous motor. Pinion gear is in this little bag right there. And I mentioned in the unboxing, this little tool here is so that you put the pinion gear at just the right height. It's a brilliant little addition they put inside the kit, make your life easy. So you just slide that in there, And you line up the screw with the flat part of the motor. And you push it all the way to the top so that it's touching the metal part, the plastic part. And then you know your pinion gear is sitting at the right height of the shaft. Just going to tighten this just a little bit more. Like I said, this is a brilliant little thing that they include. And we are using, I believe, this is going to be probably the 16 included. 20, no, this is the 20 tooth. 20 tooth is going to be good for this motor. If you want to use smaller pinions, you can choose other different motors. I think this is just fine for this kit. All right, let's mount the motor. If I take another break later, it will be for a refill. Let's see how much longer we can go. All right, so we got this. And these two holes are going to line up with those two screws. And we're using the 20 tooth pinion. So it's going to be that hole right there. And probably that one. So we just need to make sure these two holes line up with that. Easier said than done sometimes. And put on my glasses. Just grab those screws. All you really have to do is make sure you're not using this hole by accident, because then the other one won't go anywhere. So you just have to eyeball it and you'll feel it. This is not difficult, just takes a little bit of trial and error. Alright, so it looks like I got the top screw in. And let's see if the bottom one is lined up. Looks like I have both lined up now. So let me just tighten them. Tamiya really makes it simple, right? You don't have to worry about gear mesh or anything. Everything's kind of pre-measured for you. So that was that. That was how simple was that. I know I didn't put any grease there. It's fine. It will be fine. That's one of the spots that it's just, I don't know. I don't like putting grease on pinions. Yeah, there's that diagram. So 20 is going to be those two. If you have a 16 tooth or 18 tooth, those are the other holes you would use. So let's jump on to the dampers. We're going to be opening bag B. I do have some leftover screws though, just to note. Bag B is going to be this right here. I am hopeful that we're going to be able to finish this kit today, because I don't think we're going to need to go to tomorrow like last time. I don't think this is going to be any harder than the comical grasshopper or even the F-104. F-104 was very challenging. I was surprised. If I can finish that kit in one stream, I can finish this one. Alright, here we go. I say that primarily because there's a lot of the F-104 had a lot of assembly techniques, I guess, or methods that are pretty foreign to me. I've never seen it before. So it did kind of take me a little bit longer to understand what was going on. But this, pretty standard to me, a touring car. Like these dampers, I can put these dampers together. I don't even have to look. But probably put these together 100 times. All right, we're just building. Oh, we're building 4. Okay. Okay, so this and the body and the spring with a preload. We're going to push this through. And it's going to include this and that. And I'm going to push this in and turn. And that's it. Yep. Got to give it a full turn. So let's do that again. So let's do the top first. So we're going to put the cap on with the hole on this side. Match that gap. Then we'll put this piece in. I'm going to push this piece in. I'm going to put the spring in and then take this. Compress the spring. And then just keep turning. And then it'll lock together. There you go. Let's put 4 more. And if you've built other cars with like oil-filled dampers, you know how difficult those could be. That would take a lot more time. Especially with the ones that the pistons are not, the piston is not part of the shaft. And you have to put the E-clips on those. That can take a lot longer to build this. Plus you're supposed to wait for the oil to settle. So that could take a significant amount more time than what I'm doing right now. That's why I'm pretty confident that I can finish this in one stream. Again, this hole, this gap, this right here goes through that hole. The spacer, which is the preload, the spring, and then the bottom. Push it in and then just keep turning it. It'll lock together. There's 3. Cap. Da, da, da. All right, there we go. So that's that. Let's go to 14. We're going to attach them to the front dampers, to the front, with those F5 spacers. And then we're going to also attach this front bumper. Let's see. Let's grab that. We need to find F5. should be these right here. It's going to be these two. Okay, so it's going to go into this hole right here on top, and then this hole right here on the arm. And we're going to be using step screws. So there's two types of step screws, and we just need to pay attention. So BB1 is the long one for top, and then BA10 is the short one. This one is a short one, and I have to guess this one is going to be silver. Yes, okay. So that's a little something we have to pay attention to. Put the spacer in there like that. And then I'm going to put that through here. It's a very long screw. I think I need to charge that soon. Okay, and then again, the bottom is going to go into this arm. And it's going to be this screw. Do have to compress the spring a little bit. Not difficult to do. I'll refill my shocks today. No, M-05 is a very affordable beginner's kit. No way. This is be oil filled. There's little to no chance that this was going to be oil filled. The 7 and 8 is, I don't even think the 6 is. I don't know if I mentioned this last time, but I learned something at the hobby store. And tell me if I've already said this before. So the M series, the odd numbers, like the 5 and the 7, are front wheel drive. Is that right? Front wheel drive? Yeah. And the even numbers, 6 and 8, are rear wheel drive. That never occurred to me before, but I learned that at the hobby shop last time. That was before Christmas. Maybe it's common knowledge and everybody knew that. I didn't know that until that day. And the person he was telling it to also didn't know that, so maybe it's not common knowledge. But it's interesting. So this one is front wheel drive. Refilling your shocks. Yeah. Should definitely rebuild your shocks. Especially with your race car. I mean, I try to rebuild them after every time I have a long day. If I just go practice, I usually don't. If I'm going to be at the track the whole day for a race, you know, 3 or 4 races, like 2 qualifiers and a main, I will probably rebuild them. If you include all the practice time, you could be out there for quite a while. All right, so this piece looks like it's going to be this right here, C2. Yeah, that's interesting, right? I was there. I'm glad I was there for that one moment when that gentleman asked the shop owner. I was like, oh, that's cool. That's cool. I didn't know that. And the shop owner is a long time Tamiya fan. He and I have a lot to chat about Tamiya, and we're about the same age, I guess. And we have the same Tamiya childhood, I think. But of course, he's in the industry. I was not for this whole time, so he knows a lot more. He sells a lot of other brands, including like, you know, everything. There's everything in the shop. But I think his passion is still, like me, Tamiya. These old-fashioned Tamiya kits that we grew up with, that still has a place in our hearts, that are not competitive, but yet fun to build and accessible to everybody. I mean, if you're building a race car right now, how much do you need to spend? If you, let's just say a non-road, like you really want to get into racing and you have, you know, you really want to get serious. How much you need? You probably need to spend like $2,000, maybe $2,500. You could, with all of the gear and everything, batteries and chargers, you can even spend $3,000. But how many people can afford that? Not that many. All right, with a Tamiya kit, you can probably, I mean, with the TTO2, for example, you can get into racing with the TTO2 for $300, probably $250, $300. And be fine. As long as you're racing against other Tamiya kits, you're fine. It's a fun hobby. If you just want to bash around, you know, you can buy a RTR if you want. If you want to build a kit, $200, $300 should be fine. I got two. There's one. It was new. Was M-03 plastic off. I don't think I've ever seen an M-03 chassis, to be honest with you. Oh, I think this is a medium chassis. Okay, hold on. I need to make sure. I think this is a medium wheelbase, M-05. Let me look at the box. Yep. So on the box, next to the Miata picture, it's a 225 wheelbase, so I think that's going to be the medium. So we need to find, again, we need to do that again. We need to build it according to this diagram right here. So let's put that together first. So the arms and the arms are probably going to be right here, C16. Yep. D4 is going to be this piece. Okay, so spin that over. And this is going to be like that. The shape is going to be like this. And then right here. And these screws are going to be BA10s. Are they going this way? Oh, they're going this way. This hole. Yes. There we go. So it was, okay, so it was M-03, right? M-03 is front-wheel drive. Yeah. I'm looking forward to building the M-07. I didn't plan it out this way to build a lot of M chassis this year, but it's just what it turned out to be. And I'm fine with it. So let's build this rear upper arm assembly here. And then we'll attach it. Again, make sure it's not too tight. Make sure you got a full range of motion. There you go. Now we're going to set this in here. And again, we're following the M-05M 225 wheelbase. So it's going to go look like that when we're done. So this is going to go down like this. And then on the bottom plate, the BA6 is going to be this. Okay, so its top is BA4, bottom is BA6, so long screws on top and shorter ones on the bottom. Let's grab those. BA4s. They're quite long here, so it's going to be one of those. Okay, so there's that. And this seats, oh no, it's this way. Seats like that. Flush, and it's BA6. Should be these ones right here. Oh, still got it. You should keep some of these things. I mean, I wish I could keep everything I built, but I can't. Like the SRX, I don't have it anymore. I wish I had it, so I don't have to buy a new one, but I'll probably have to buy a new one this year. I built an R, I sold that as well, so I don't get to keep the cars that long, just because I need the space. I wish I had like a wall of cars like some other YouTubers do. Just put a shelf and everything is in the background, look all cool. But I'm not there yet. Maybe in the future I can be that big of a channel to do that. But right now, just build as they come. This is supposed to be a JIS bit, but it's probably one size too big. Alright, it feels like I need the fan on. Phew. Starting to get a little bit uncomfortable in here. So did I do that correctly? I did. So if I was doing the shorter wheelbase, this piece would flip the other way. Alright, so there we go. Let's go ahead and build the rear arms. Alright, it's pretty cool. Alright, there's the rear uprights. And then, let's see, 19. And see, 11 right here. There we go. So again, there's that mark right there. And there's a mark right there. So it's going to go in together like this. And we're going to put 2 screws here. I'm trying to think what the oldest car I have is. It's probably not that old. It's probably like... I still have my first crawler. I have the Barrage. Did I mention this last time? I have the ECX Barrage. That was my first crawler. I still have it. I have the TX4. I have... I don't have anything that old. I wish I did. I wish I had stuff from my childhood. But I don't. F2. And then the long sides on top, the short sides on the bottom. Short pin, right? That's going to be the shorter pin. And push this through. And then tighten the screw. And this is going to be the left side. Then the right side is going to be C11 and B6 again. 11 and this one. 11. Oh, 19. I'm sorry. 19. 11 and 19. And it's just going to be the other direction. Yep. Like this. And like that. Is that correct? Yep. There's a line there and a line there. There we go. We're looking good right now. It's only 3:40. I think we should be able to finish this on time today. Da, da, da. Da, da, da. Let's see, and then we need this. Do you have any kind of like RC car swap meets near your house? So we have a track here that holds, like, for every race, sometimes they have like a swap meet section and you can bring like your old stuff and kind of sell them. I haven't been there when they did that, but I can just imagine. I've seen like other YouTubers at other tracks around the country when they do that. You can find some really cool stuff. But I should not buy any more RC cars. I should just build the ones I have. I wish one day I would have a chance, because I enjoy watching this kind of video. I would have a chance to go out and buy an old RC car and refurbish it and bring it back to life. I used to do that, not on camera, not for video content making. I used to do that when I first kind of got back into the hobby, like 2018, whenever it was. I got a lot of RC cars from like OfferUp and locally, and I fixed them back up, and that was fun. I wish I made content with all those things. You have to find the parts, and then you gotta find the manual, and then put it all back together. It's kind of fun. I wish I made content with those things, but I didn't. That's something I can still do. There we go. One pin only, right? Yeah. One pin on the bottom. There are no out drives and dog bones in the back. This is a front wheel drive car, and the front upper arms don't need a spacer. It's just the step screw. Let me trim this a little bit better. I had a friend that bought a TT02, and he built it himself. First time he built it himself, and it just didn't run right. So I took it back. I was like, oh, let me just take a look. I brought it home, and I took a look. Why does it feel like I need to put a axle here? Anyway, let me continue. So I brought it home and I took the whole thing apart. I couldn't figure out where it was binding. It was just like not working. It didn't sound right. Wheels didn't spin. Like, like it has a diff on front and back, right? So all four wheels supposed to spin. When you spin one wheel, all four of them are supposed to spin, right? But one I think it was the front right, would not spin. I took apart both diffs. I took apart the propeller shafts, everything. So from the motor all the way to the axle, I took it all apart. And it turned out it was the drive cup. The drive cup on the TT02 is plastic. So when he was clipping it off the tree, he didn't clip it off cleanly. So the cup itself had a little bit of a burr there. and it was getting caught inside the upright. And that was causing the binding in the car not driving properly. So I learned that the hard way as well. That you need to be very careful when you're cutting your parts out. Hold on a second. Let me just see if I put the wrong one. No, better see. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, even though it wasn't my car, I learned something from it. Why is this moving? Oh, it needs to move. Okay, let's see, where are we? We are here. Rear arms. And over here. Okay, so damper stay. This is definitely tighter than this side, so I need to loosen this just a little bit. Okay, so here, damper stay, I need to grab that. Or shock tower, whatever you want to call it. And it's going to be D5. Why are there two of them? It's going to be this one. Okay, and that's going to go in through here, like that. And let me just put one screw here, and it's going to be BA6. BA6. Okay, and then same thing. This time the spacer's on the bottom. Interesting. All right, let's find those spacers. Okay. Okay, I think we're completely done with that tree. Okay. And the long screw is going to be on the bottom as well. So it's going to be here, through that, through this, and it's going to land in this hole right there. And then on top is going to be that hole at the end. Right there. Okay. Nice. Very nice. Let me put those screws in here before I forget them. Okay, and let's grab this. Well, we're really making good time here. All right. What the heck is this? Oh, for long? I hope so. Because we're almost done here. Yeah, this is for M-05L. I hope so. Okay, let's see. Very good motion. Nice bounce. So I think we can skip 19 here. Let's move on to the electronics. Okay. So let's get this going. Let me take a sip. Actually, you know what? It's a good time to take a quick break. A little bit longer, maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes, but I'm going to take a quick break. Let's see. I've seen people build it to me off the tree bear. That is savage. I mean, you can twist them off. I can see how it's possible. I just can't do it for every piece. It's impossible. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Just give me a few minutes. Get a refill, use the restroom, and like things like that. I'll be right back. I'm back. John, I'm still laughing at the image of somebody ripping the parts off the trees by hand and not trimming. I'm still laughing about it. Pretty hilarious. Let me grab a servo. I don't use fancy servos because I use too many. I get these bulk ones. MG-995, and they're like $4 a piece. Get them on Amazon, they're like $4 for $16, something like that. And they're okay. They work. They're not fast, they're not torquey, but they work. And it's a low bar when you're building this many kits. All right, so the here it is. The servo saver is. I almost need to delete that message, Sean, because every time I look at it, I just laugh. I just chuckle. People doing such things. All right, here you go. Usually it's this one, but maybe not this time. Oh, wait. Is there another? Oh, this one. Yeah, it's this one right there. So you can twist this off pretty easily, right? You can just kind of do that. It'll come off. But then what do you do with this? You're just not going to trim it? People are so funny. So where are we here? So this is going to... Yeah, I haven't centered it yet. Oh, well. Last time I tried to center a servo, I burned it out. It was my own fault, of course, because I wasn't paying attention. And I connected this improperly. So let's hope I don't do it again. I have the battery right here. And so that should be center. That should be center. Okay, so we'll just go with that. I inserted the servo with the pins misaligned, so I only had 2 pins in there, and it literally smoked up. So, oh, is it centered? Yeah, it is centered right now, right? I hope so. Yeah, it should be centered. Okay, let's see. That's how they wind up with big burrs on. Maybe that's what my friend did. He didn't use any cutters or anything. He just twisted it off. Maybe that. I'm not gonna ask him, but maybe you're right. Maybe that's what he did. B5. There you go. We're at bag C now. I didn't even notice. Let's see. We're getting really close. This is the last bag. I have so many of those motor clips. All right. Let's see. It's more likely going to be... I can't tell. We'll just open it and see what happens. I can't tell which bag it's going to be in. We shall find out. It's probably going to be one of these really simple ones, but we'll see. Yeah, I think it's going to be that one. P1 should be this. These cheap servos, it usually isn't anything fancy. Just a BA6. I think that's what this is, yeah. Feels like it. Yeah, that looks pretty, that feels pretty firm. You can put this ball stud on. Okay, and now we're going to build this steering link. Where did that shaft go? Things disappear all the time. Here we go. So both ends are going to be the same thing. It should be this right here. And it looks like it's just going to be very straightforward. It's not a turnbuckle or anything. So let's grab this. And we need 79 millimeters. Okay, we'll see if we can do that. And then this side. And let's see how close we are. 70. Went a little bit too far. Just like a couple more turns. Okay. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. 79. So now let's mount the servo here. And that's when we go back to the original first page and figure out how this sits in here. Yeah, I have definitely built this before, built one before, because I remember having the same problem with mounting the motor, mounting the servo. It's mounted in the rear, so it should be this way. And there is a hole down there. I don't think I want to go through this hole though, because that's just going to come out the bottom of the car. Which side does the receiver go? The receiver goes on this side, so I probably want to go through that hole right there. I can see that, but there's a hole there. So I'm going to thread that through. Okay, and it's going to be this way, I believe. Okay. Is it just me, or these don't line up at all? They don't line up at all. So I am going to have to use that first piece, don't I? Looks like I do. Alright, so my servo won't allow me to use... It won't push through. So my servo... let's see what if I can show you this or not. So this servo, the wire being where it is, won't let me use these front mounts. At least I don't think it can. Maybe I can. I guess it can, but I'm really pushing it. Let's see, what are my options here? I can't turn the servo the other way, right? No. Let me try putting the wire through the middle hole there and see what happens. So we're finally hitting a snag here in this build. Unless I'm missing something. Okay. Does that let me push the servo forward enough? Not really. I mean, it's a little bit better, but I still don't want this hole. Okay, so what are my options here? Changing servo is not an option because I have other servos, but I don't really want to use them for this kit. Let me see if I can remove this little rubber gasket here. Let's see. Because I think this is part of the problem. Yeah, this doesn't need to be waterproof. So let's see if that helps. that helped a lot. So let me cut this out. I don't need this anymore. Trash. So which means I will need to use the original servo mount method. I will need to use the original servo mount method. Okay. So that fits. Pushed all the way forward. But there is a gap there between the servo mount and the holes down there. We'll figure out how to fill that. But it does mean I need to put this back. Oh, this leans forward. Okay, so let's grab some screws. Let's see if I can make this work. Okay, so those holes line up. Okay, so these two line up perfectly now, or as good as they can. And those could line up. I just need a spacer. And I don't think it's going to be this. This is quite a bit bigger. Yeah, that's way too tall. So I think when I built this kit the first time, I used my own spacers to make this work, and I guess I'll have to do that again. So yeah, interesting. How many years has it been? They still haven't fixed this problem. This piece isn't going to fix this. It's going to make it worse, actually. Okay, so let me just put a screw here to hold on. Actually, no, I need to put the spacers on. So the problem is not everybody's going to have this. And I may not even have the right sizes. So, do I have two? I think this is going to be close, but I don't know if it's going to be exactly the right size. All right. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be the right size. this out for a second. Just pull this through forward like that. I'll just have this come out that gap right there instead. And I need a pretty tall spacer. See if this one will work. Yeah, I guess I will. Okay. So, like I said, not everybody's going to have this. So it's unfortunate. Probably could put a little bit of glue there to hold it. Is there anything else that needs to go on? Okay, BA6. I don't know if BA6 can reach, but we'll try. Let's see if I can get this to work. Yeah, I don't think BA6 is going to reach. Let me try something longer. Do we have anything longer than BA6? Don't tell me I need to come up with my own screws, because that would suck. Because then nobody will be able to build this properly. Yeah, that's not going to work. Oh, wait, hold on. To the rescue. These came with the correction bag. If you remember in the very first bag. Yeah, definitely a low profile servo would make this a little bit easier. But I don't want to use a... Do I have one? I do. I do have a low profile servo. It's a drift servo, which I really don't want to use. It's actually a fairly expensive servo, so really don't want to use it. So I'm glad I remembered about this screw here. Okay, so yeah, it will work. I got it working, I think. So that's what those two screws are good for. But it is unfortunate that you do need these plastic spacers. Not everybody's going to have. I believe it was a 6mm. Yeah, either a 5 or 6. So not everybody has this. I only have that because of crawler kits I used to build. Had all kinds of, crawler kits. You just build them whatever and customize it however you want. And I always needed spacers, so that's the only reason I have it. Yeah, I used to build custom crawlers. Just buy whatever chassis and then just throw whatever parts together you can find for cheap. This channel could have gone that route as well. But instead it went the Tamiya kit route. And I'm pretty much stuck with it. I have become a Tamiya channel. And there's no going back. There's no going back. Nobody's going to let me go back. Why is that moving? All right, let's see. Okay. Yeah, you're probably right, John. The servo is sitting right at the bottom here, and so the part sticking up is making that gap to the chassis that much bigger. So I needed the spacers to reach them. So definitely low profile servos would work better. And this piece right here, this plastic piece, I'm using the side where it's elevated. You can turn it upside down and make it flat, and you'll probably accommodate the servo, the low profile servo. So you're definitely right. But I'm glad I got this solution going. I don't know if you can tell, but even see how slanted that is? I don't know if you can tell. Yeah, there you go. Maybe I can even use a taller, or I'm sure it is going to work the way it is right now. I can use probably even taller spacer, but I'll do that later. I just want to keep going and get through this. I can probably use a 7mm spacer or something. Make that just a little bit taller. I can also flip this piece, the mount piece, upside down so it's flat and lower it as well. I can do either. I'll figure it out after the stream. I don't want to do that right now and kind of prolong you guys having to watch me solve problems. So let's keep moving. So A5 and A6. Oh, should be these two right here. I'm not using a Tamiya ESC, so I don't really care about the switch mount there, which is a shame. Okay, here we go. So this is that. There's a cross there and matches that right there. And just make sure it snaps on, and then find some flatheads. It looks like, yep. Should be these silver ones. There we go. All right, let's do these two. Okay, there we go. We are there. So let's snap on the ESC. I'm using the one that came in the kit. Came with the kit. And these are not all that elegant, but they do work. And I don't think I've ever seen a broken 1060 yet. I've bought other ESCs, cheap ones, that came dead on arrival, but I've never seen a 1060 or even a 1060 clone that have been dead. So they've got that going for them. So I want the switch on the outside, so it's only going to have to be like that. Easy enough. Should be okay. All right. Okay. And then yellow to yellow. Green to blue. Okay. Do a little cable management later. And then the ESC wire is going to come over here. And I am going to try to use this time. On last stream, I tried to use this. I didn't realize it needed a 18650 battery, and I went through the trouble of buying one, and that's why I made the short. I bought the wrong one, and I just have generally all kinds of problems with it. But let's just hope this is already binded. Otherwise, I might have to switch this out for a quick finish. Because I think trying to figure out how to bind this would be a totally other video. So let's hope it works. If it doesn't work, I got other ones standing by. Not to worry. Not to worry. Okay, let's turn this on. Turn this on. I just said something about not ever having a dead 1060, didn't I? That's pretty funny. That is pretty fun. I don't think this battery is dead. That is so funny. Okay. Let's see. What should we try? What should we try? Let's try this battery right here from the TCR. Let's see what happens. That's dead. Okay. I know this battery's good. Okay. let's try this battery with that. That turns right on. Servo at 1. I'm just going to try this just for fun. There we go. So that was my fault. So this was turned upside down. Okay, so let's undo this. Turn that off. I thought we were going to have a problem here. We do not have a problem. Oops. Okay. Phew. All right. That fits nice. Okay, so there we go. Let's see if this is pre-bound. It doesn't look like it is. Okay, well, that's a different story. So let's just abandon this part right here. And let's be a savage and take this out of the TCRM. And see if I can get this correct. Wrong sequence. There we go. Right, left. There we go. It's working. All right, good. So let's turn this off. Let's turn this off. And I will just tape that on there for now. Worry about the cable management in a little bit. Let me take this out. That was one big phew. All right, that could have been a giant fail. Okay, let's move on to the wheels. We'll do the steering trim in a little bit. Pinch with long pliers and twist. Okay, interesting. Where did that go? Okay, so let's do the wheels first. And that's pretty much it. I think the kit is done after this. Let me see. Oh, body post. There's always body posts. But we're very close. No, I got it, John. Don't worry. I got it. I had a plan B in mind. I always have to have a plan B. Because these things never go as planned. Okay, so here we go. Verizon is still trying to get me upgrade to a iPhone 17 Pro for quote-unquote free. Never mind that I have to upgrade my plan to get it for free. That's just a minor detail. So I have to pay more for the monthly plan to use a free phone. One of these days, I'm going to switch to like Cricket Wireless or something and give Ryan Reynolds some of my money. He's Cricket, right? I think. I am, of course, not going to glue this today. I don't think I've ever glued tires live before. Just not a good idea. I am not good at it, and I'm prone to mistakes. When I sell the kits, a lot of times our tires aren't even glued. I just say in the listing that these tires are not glued. You're on your own. Are these foam too long, or I'm just not packing it in there tight enough? I have a feeling it's just too long. There's no way I can squeeze this. There's just no way I can squeeze this in here. Yeah, this is bigger than the tire. Yeah, this is as big as the tire, so there's no way. This got to be trimmed. How much? Not a lot. Let's try that much. Thanks for hanging in there, John, and NEC, if you're still there. Watching me occasionally fail. But like I said, if you're watching this like sometime in the future, it is what it is. You come to an obstacle, you just try to overcome it, go around it, whatever. But you'll make it. If you really want to build a RC car, you can do it. And that probably goes in anything in life, really. All right. If you set your mind to it and you try it and you find the right kind of help, you will succeed. But if you never try, and I did this purely by accident, but there is a Tamiya logo here on this side, and that is the outside. If you try, you will succeed. Because at no point in this build do I feel like I have failed, or anything could happen that I would consider it to be a fail, including the outdrive not going in, this one, including the outdrive not going in all the way, and I kind of had to pound it with a screwdriver. That's never happened to me before, but you know, we overcame it. The servo not seating into the servo mount, we overcame that as well. So it's just a matter of being resourceful and thinking your way through it and not giving up. The only way you can fail is to not try or to give up. I have certainly given up before on some things, but you don't have to. You can overcome it. Not being able to stuff this tire in here, this foam in here, could have been a giant obstacle, but you know, we overcame that. Situations are never going circumstances. Situations never going to be perfect, but it's important you start and try. And if you fail, you can try again until you make it. I think these tires can be a little bit, this seam here could be a little bit better, but I'll come back to that. Something else I'm going to have to come back to. I want to get through this kit. Have maybe another 45 minutes to go. So I want to get through this if I can. Definitely don't want to get stuck on anything. It's almost dinner time for you, John. If you're still there. Or maybe you've had dinner already. 7:43. So these foam tires. I'm glad they have foam. Let's see, this way. This car should do okay on the track. I mean, there could be a lot of things better. But it's front wheel drive. It's very heavy up front. So I think this car will do just fine. But it's also nicely balanced because the battery's lateral. And it's right in the middle of the chassis. So I think it'll be fine. This should be a fine car. In the TCS rules, they cited that the M-07 and M-08 have an advantage because of the gear ratio. So you know, it just wouldn't be fair. So I wouldn't, if you're going to race in the M chassis class, I wouldn't use this chassis. Why start off the race with a disadvantage? And if the R is allowed, I would just buy the R chassis. Buy the M07R or M08R. Right off the bat instead of spending extra money. And I would probably get the stabilizer bar as the hop-ups, which is not included for some reason in the R kits. All right. There we go. All right. There we go. Not perfect. I'll have to fix these tires after the stream and make them look a little bit better. When I go to glue them, probably, if I do glue them, I have to make them look better. Okay, let's see what we have next. This should be the body posts. Let me put this away. How the heck does this go in? So you just put this in there? Oh, you come through the other side. I was like, how are you gonna... So this goes in here. Alright, so it's pretty easy, so it's not like impossible. I was wondering how this was gonna go in there. So grab bearings. And then that's the front, that's the rear. Yeah, should be 2 bearings. Okay, so this go in behind. Yank it forward. Why wasn't this put on before? Is what I'm curious about. Let's see. Let's put some grease on here. Push that through. Okay, and grab the pins. Should be in here. And then put it in there and find one of those hexes. B11s. They're all the same, so that's good. Okay, and push that through, and then mount this on here, and put on the screw, put on the nut. Here we go. Oh, let's see, jalapeno mac and cheese while listening. You think they put tires, foam, and box? But this foam did come with the kit. A little bit surprised, but yeah. The foams did come with the kit. Jalapeno mac and cheese sounds good. I'm not a big mac and cheese guy, but that does sound good. I mean, anything jalapeno sounds good. It's nice. I think we're having curry tonight. I think that's what I heard. Some homemade curry, which I am a fan of. Japanese variety, if I am understanding. I think I saw the box. Very mild curry, easy to eat. go. I've been looking forward to the curry ever since lunch. So I'm happy that it's being prepared right now. And I'm also happy that it looks like I'm going to be finished on time. About 4.5 hours. Which is, you know, pretty much the normal amount of time it takes for me to stream a kit. I've never really recorded myself building it without streaming, because if I'm not streaming, I usually don't go in one sitting. I usually build a little bit, come back maybe a few hours later, maybe even the next day. You know, just to prolong the process, enjoy myself. And lately, since I've had to film, it takes even longer. Might take me a week to finish a kit, because I stopped to make videos and edits and stuff like that. I don't know how many build series I'm going to do this year. I think I'm going to do more streams than I am going to make the series, because I find myself not being able to keep up with the 1 a month production schedule. You know, sometimes you get busy, but I can stream. Worst thing can happen is I just reschedule it if I have to work or anything, but I can usually just stream. The content is out there. It's not as neat and easy to access as, you know, individual build series, but it's a little bit easier to produce for me, and I enjoy interacting with you guys, with the audience. Hopefully we'll grow the channel, grow the audience as we go this year in 2026. Get more and more viewers to tune in with us and hang out. Oh, I think we're done. Okay. Let's grab this battery holder. That's what I'm hoping for this year. I can say this year now. I don't have to say next year anymore. Alright, so B9. This one, I don't know why there's 2 of each, but here is B9 right here. Because one on each side. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so this is like this, like that, and it goes on here like this, with this screw and this washer. That screw is a fine thread screw, should be this one. And there are only one type of washer, so it should be this. Yeah, who knows, John? Maybe it's a skill issue. Maybe I'm just not being patient with it. I have no idea. But you're right. It does seem like it's a little bit long. And I know what you mean by, you know, Tamiya quality is usually a lot better than that. Oops, what am I doing? But you know, it could just be me not being patient. Let's do that. I will find out once I kind of take it out and actually glue it, or just redo the whole thing and see if it was just me or are the foams kind of extra long. Which doesn't really matter anymore because I already cut them. But, you know, we'll find out. Okay, let's do this side. Same thing. Let me see if I can just grab all of those washers out. That's not messy at all. The screw looks kind of small. Yeah, that's not one of them. There goes the garage again. Like I said, people are free to come and go. They can't live around my streaming schedule. I mean, can't force people to stay home for 4.5 hours. Okay, let's do these small short body posts. C1s. I'm just going to cut these out while I'm here. Okay, so this goes... This is the front, right? Yeah, this is the front. For a front-wheel drive, it's actually pretty balanced. Interesting. Okay, so this goes here. I don't know if you can see that, but there is a hole there. And it's going to go like that. BA6. You were watching. They were kind of big. Maybe they were for the regular size tires, and they just like put in the wrong. I didn't see anything about mentioning about trimming it or anything, so I don't know. Tamiya can make mistakes sometimes. This is a pretty old kit. I think this came out. I forgot, but I think it's been at least 10 years since this came out. Maybe they just the parts sourcing changed. Yeah, they are really small. I mean, they're really interesting. M chassis tires. They're kind of neat. So M-05M. I need to find this piece. I'm not putting the antenna tube, so I need to find this D1 here. D1. Looks like it's going to be that right there. Let me rip this out. Can't even. Oh, there you go. How would anybody leave these little... How would anybody even leave those? I just don't get it. I don't get it. Yeah, I'm going to laugh all day about this, about what you said. Okay, so it's going to be this way. Right? Yeah, facing forward. You know what? Racing in the M chassis class is, I don't want to say advantageous because, you know, it is what it is. It's still a car. You still have to be pretty good at driving. But there are a lot fewer drivers in the M class, at least everywhere I've been. There are a lot less drivers than regular touring car classes. I mean, sometimes, you know, even for the TCS, even for like the GT, like the very basic touring car class, you can have like 4 mains. I mean, you'd be there for the whole day. 4 qualifiers for one class, 4 second qualifier, and then the main, A, B, C, D main. I mean, you'd be there forever. I want to go to a track where it's 1 qualifier and 1 main, or even just mains. Just 1 main. You're in there for like an hour and you're done. That's what I want. I don't want to invest the whole day there. I just don't have that kind of time. I don't have that kind of patience. That's why I've never been to the TCS. I've been to the TCS to record, make a video, but I left after like the first qualifier because I wasn't gonna sit around, watch other people race. I hope I got the right hole. So medium is the farther. Yeah, I got it. Medium. Okay. Very, very cool kit. I like it. Okay, let's see. So now we're left with those 2 pieces. Oof. All right. So that's just going to be kind of odd mount, but that's the way it goes. And I have a feeling it's going to be these. I should probably do the other side, but let's see. Okay, that works. Fine. Okay, that's fine. Da, da, da. It's an odd battery mount style. Even in the Tamiya world, this is a odd way to carry the battery. Usually the mechanism kind of is a gate that prevents it from popping out. This is preventing it from popping down. That's kind of weird. Well, down and out, but you know, it sits in there really securely. It's very, very, very firm in there. Oops. Where'd you go here? So there we go. All right. I think we are done. Let me just double check. So there is a tray here. If you wanted a transponder tray, it's right there. Here, you can, I think you can put it here even. I don't know why you would put it. Add another tray, add more weight. That's what this little thing is for. No, that's it. That's it. We're done. Wow. Yeah, I love how short, I love how small this is. Compact. Fits on the screen. Yeah, I don't think I've ever raced the Mini. I've only raced in the touring car classes. But it would be interesting. I wouldn't use this car though. I would use either the M-07 R that I plan on building, or even the Saro M225. That'd probably be the best car. So I raced an all-wheel drive touring class after asking everyone else if they don't object. Oh, what were the other people driving? If you had to ask, what were they driving? All right. I have a little bit more time. I can stay on and chat a little bit. And do some cable management here. If I have a way. I don't see anywhere I can attach it here. Yeah. All right, so there's that. Let's do some cable management with these guys. Let's see. I was taking corners. Everyone else, they started rear-ending in the straights. Oh, you were driving the Mini in the all-wheel drive. Okay, I get it. I get it. I get what you're saying. That that would be kind of funny to watch, actually. So, it just reminded me of something. The track that I go to the most, not a very big track, but it had a decent, maybe 30-foot, maybe, straightaway. And people were somehow juicing their motors. And they were going so much faster on the straightaway than pretty much possible for whatever class they were running, for a 17.5 or 21.5. Even you were just going like insanely fast. So the track owner decided to just take out the long straightaway, cut it by like a third, and it solved all the problems. People weren't, there wasn't an advantage anymore. It wasn't any advantage of going so much faster. The track has just became very, very technical, and you're probably worse off with that top speed. So, and I like it. I like it. Even I love ripping down the straightaway, just like everybody else. But I think it's what makes it fair, because I usually run, no timing, 17.5, and I don't do anything with motors. I don't try to gain advantage or anything. But I'm just there to have fun. But when you see people like with tire, this is like novice class. You see people there, with a Mugen $700 chassis with like mod spec ESC and motor, and they're sitting there with their what's that brand of charger that can like charge at 20 amps? With that charger, you can just tell somebody's way too prepared for novice class. I mean, the tire warmer is like the first dead giveaway. And they didn't really enforce the, hey, you should move on to sportsman kind of thing. They just kind of let you, if you say you're a novice, you're a novice. And it was just stupid. I don't know how you get up in the morning And then, you know, with all that gear, and you say, oh, I'm going to go race against noobs who may be driving like a. Some people even come with a Traxxas Slash, you know, whatever they have. They can barely stay on the track, and you're just zooming around, you know, lapping people like by 7 laps. I don't know how people live with themselves. Just go up one class and go race people who are actually competitive. What's the point of taking home a trophy that you're just like, it's like playing, it's like LeBron going to WNBA. You know, what's the point? What's the point of that? You know, go play in your own league. They all had full size DTO2, TAO6 Schumachers. Front bumpers kept flipping me. Really? Well, that's not fair. You should definitely not try to break other people's cars. That's just unsportsmanlike. And you did ask. It's not like you just ran in there with the M-03 and didn't ask you. They let you. So it should be fair. But then I bet you they didn't let you a second time. They're like, no, you can't race in our class. We usually have a full class of cars for full enough drivers for every class. Sometimes, I think one time, the nitro touring cars didn't have enough, so they ended up racing the M chassis, and they were demolished. Of course, the M chassis just whip around the track like they're on steroids. But it was fun watching the nitro cars, you know, buzzing around the track. I enjoyed that. I like the nitros. I have a nitro touring car. I wish I had time to take that out there and tune it and get it ready. You know, I wish I had that kind of time. But one thing at a time. We're done. We managed. And we did it in a little bit under 4.5 hours. So that's awesome. John, I want to wish you a happy new year, and actually everybody who's watching still, happy new year. And you see if you're still here, thank you for hanging out. I'm going to go wash up and see if the curry is ready, and grab some dinner. But I will redo the servo and the tires, and I'll paint the body, and I'll post some pictures on my Instagram and probably in the community post as well. So everybody who tuned in, and everybody who's watching this at a future date, thank you. Thanks for spending the time with me. And happy new year. I hope you guys get everything you want for 2026 and have a wonderful year. I'm looking forward to streaming every month. And I'll announce what the next kit's going to be. It could be several things. I might continue with the M chassis for the next 2 streams. We'll see. I did have forward ball diff and universal. That's just not fun. That's not fair. You had 4 front wheel drive ball diffs. Okay, so you had all the traction in the world, basically. Yeah, you had all the traction in the world. That's just ridiculous. That's why they were bumping you. I mean, that's just wouldn't. How many laps did you win by? I'm curious. You can tell me in the comments below if you want. If you don't read this in time. But yeah. Awesome. Thank you guys. I'm going to sign off now and go have dinner. You guys have a good night, and I'll see you next time.